powers through the field, clothesline, works them over, really coming back, hits the cross body to the outside. Just tons of back and forth in this match. Really entertaining, very solid match. Super was gutting it out. Disco nailed a jumping pile driver for the win. I'm going to give this one 3 stars. I think this match will look really exciting. I think it's hard at this point to really bring the heat so far in this show, and it's really exciting stuff. I can't let it be disappointed in the show. It's time for another promo. Scott Steiner shows up because he spent 3 days and 30 nights with 3 minutes left, 3 minutes right, and a food in a box. I don't know what they're talking about there. It's a season town in Raymond Town. Oh my God, it's always been like this. I saw footage of him at Absolute Intense Wrestling in Ohio not long ago when he showed up and it was super cool all the night. Oh, he hadn't got orders, so he's just always been just discussing what we talked about. Hey, he can't say he's not charismatic. In response to Buff saying he's going to be in Rick's corner, Scott ups the ante, he brings up the Giant, says the 2 of us are going to defend the tag team titles against you in a match. Technically, Scott Hall is tag partner with the Giant here, not Scott Steiner. So I guess Steiner's going to be a proxy, but Scott Hall is basically in the match. Pretty good night. James Jake Dillon comes out to confirm what Scott was saying, and he also asked the stipulation that Rick wins the match. He gets Scott one-on-one for 15 minutes. We'll have to see how that goes. In the Battle of Europeans, Finley takes on Alice Wright. Now, Swindler Cube. Last time I reviewed a Finley match, it was Uncensored 96, and that had Finley taking on Steve Regal. Delta match, I loved it. I was looking forward to this. Unfortunately, this did not live up to my expectations based on that match. They trade European uppercuts early on, right through the zone, they draw on the outside, and Alice legitimately left the stage here. They wrestle a bit more the way the boy does come on the outside. Right, this is a missile drop kick, but he also dodges an attack in the corner by Finley, the first neck breaker, and right into the match. I'm going to give this one 1.5 stars out of 4. This one I wish went a little bit longer because I like where they're going with this, but they never really got into a third or maybe a second gear with this matchup here. Like I said, my expectations were too high after seeing Finley ago, Regal, 2 years ago. This match will not really match that level at all. I mean, it was matches, it was what it was, but we get back to the WCW.com chat room where Lee Marshall's chatted up with Ernest Miller, and hey, listen, the Yeti has lost some weight. Up next Saturday on former Block Code or Melody. The original match was supposed to be Lodi versus Eddie Guerrero, but Guerrero was his fight, he'll take the show. This Saturday was a last-minute replacement. I know that Lodi is supposed to be like the little idol backwards, because he was a really idol, but now just call him Lodi. I want to call him Lodi. That's the same foul and everything, but he has to call Out comes Saturn rocking his vest, chain mesh vest, and black beret. I get the beret because it's supposed to be a nod to the fact that he's a former Army Ranger, but the vest, I don't really know what he's going for here. Saturn was Lodi's slave in the plot, and before they disbanded, so this match you can see Saturn trying to get revenge here. It's a pretty nothing match. Lodi just spends a lot of time powering out, running away, trying to get his science back and everything. Eventually, Saturn brings him in the ring and actually has a match. Suplexes, you might call it Suplex City, maybe Suplex Township, I don't know. Death Valley Driver, Saturn wins. I'm going to give this match a half star. Not really much of a match. Better than 0 stars, but Saturn squashed it. Up next, a match for the WCW Cruiserweight Championship as Chicken defends against Disco Inferno, and we saw these BG2s rare earlier in the night. Now, what is the WCW pay-per-view and their just love of WWE wrestling? When every show goes there, I don't see the guys review on this channel. I don't see the guys for the movie. Booker T has done it. Disco's doing it tonight. Kidman did it earlier in the year. What's going on with these double matches? It's a very interesting looking philosophy to wrestle twice in one night, sometimes back to back. And Booker T is someone who's done it twice when I started reviewing the stuff for the old shows for this channel. Super Bowl 98 and Backstage 2000. The announcers say Kidman is leading the way for flock members to succeed on their own in the wake of the group's dissolution. Disco with the advantage early on. He makes Kidman launch himself over the rope to the outside, so he put the boots to him and talking trash. One thing I thought was entertaining here was the commentary, not just this match, but also the one with Disco and Hoodie, where they were questioning whether or not Disco had actually made weight, if he was actually the proper weight for a cruiserweight. It's never resolved here in this match at least, but it's just funny kind of side. Disco finally goes for a flying maneuver in this match, and he misses. Kidman has some momentum, but he's cut off again. Disco goes for a powerbomb, and he says, get ready for it. I thought to myself, Disco, you don't try and powerbomb Kimmy. You just don't do it. Sure enough, Kimmy tries to counter it, but Disco sees it coming, drops it with a power driver, but Kimmy kicks out of that. Kimmy goes for a bulldog off the turnbuckle, but Disco counters it. Yeah, Disco goes for it again, but I must repeat myself, Disco, you don't try and powerbomb Kidman. Sure enough, Facebuster, shooting star press, Kidman wins. Happens every time. I give this one 2.5 stars out of 4. To me, this match didn't quite match up to the level of excitement that the match was needing, but it was still good here, and that's change a lot about the company and its trajectory and its competition against WWF. That's a lot of what ifs, basically. But I mean, I think this would have been, I would not have hated it if DDP won here. But going back to what I said about this match not being broadcast on pay-per-view, it did cost WCW. Because if you think that pay-per-view is $30, you had 300,000 pay-per-view buys, and let's say half of them wanted refunds after losing the main event. That's a lot of money yanked out of their pockets that they don't get to keep. They had to replay this match in its entirety on Nitro the next night for free. I believe they also offered free or discounted replays in the on-fill on Tuesdays. I don't know which way it was kind of, but it's definitely like they lost their ass on this one. It was not a good look out at losing that money from losing pay-per-view fees regularly long. So that's why time management is key in television production. My final grade for WCW Halloween Havoc 1998 is a D+ grade. Is this the worst WCW show I've ever seen? No, not by a long shot. I would argue that Great American Bash 91 or Bash at the Beach 2000 are objectively worse shows. I'm not going to list the issue of time management as a con on the screen here because, hey, it's 2018, doesn't affect me at all. I got to see the whole show with no problems, but it's still very shitty predicament to find yourself in. That's all self-harm based. It's all self-inflicted. Other things I like about the show, the weird Steiner Brothers booking, the fact that, it was originally billed as Rick versus Scott, and then you had this tag team title thing in there. Buff Bagwell is there for a bit, and then Rick wrestles Scott anyway, even though they wrestled the tag team match. It was just super redundant, even though the story was there, and I really wanted to see that. Nash and Hall, again, a match that was very clunky and just kind of weird booking, but the story was there, and that's what kind of kept it afloat for me. Hart versus Sting, I wish it had gone a lot better than it did. I didn't care for how that match panned out in the end. And of course, Hogan Warrior, that match is so bad, it knocked the grade for this show down even lower than it really should have been. I did enjoy the opening match with Jericho and Raven, really fun match.
Oh, thank you.
That's just a cheeseburger and fries. Stuff's getting high.
That's okay. Thank you.
I ate me a cheeseburger and
I for that stuff. DDP and Goldberg, a great main event to try and wash the taste out of your mouth of that terrible Hogan Warrior match.
Yeah.
Not quite enough to do myself any good. They were good.
You help me pull this old truck up back truck up there?
Yeah.
In hindsight, to make this show fit. There's so many matches you didn't
No,
need to
you can
have
back it
on
up.
this
I'll
show.
help you now if you want to.
You didn't need to have Alex right there.
You won't be right now, but I'm gonna go.
Okay.
How long this has been out?
Since you left. Just yell at me when you're ready.
Okay.
If you want to play a role determining which classic shows I review in the future, be they good, bad like this one, or somewhere in between, go to patreon.com/wrestlingwithfuture to become a $10 backer or above, and you'll have the ability to nominate shows for me to review in the future. Next time, we're in the thick of Survivor Series season, so let's review Survivor Series.
You know, Teresa's moved in Granny's house up now.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't even gone back. I need to go see Granny, but
Well, I want to too. I ain't been up there in 3 weeks in the paper.
I ain't been up there in about 6 weeks. I need to go see her.
Well, I don't want to go up there.
Me neither.
also the first international WrestleMania. The first one to take place outside the U.S. is referred to Skydome WrestleMania. The second one, of course, being WrestleMania 18, 12 years later. 67,678 people in attendance, including enough Edge and Lance Storm. 560,000 pay-per-view buys for this one, actually down 200,000 from Mania 5. The main event of that course being Hogan versus Savage with Mega Powers and Fuller. Gorilla Monsoon and Jesse Ventura on commentary. Jesse with an iconic opening soundbite here. I've been to the Super Bowl. I've been to the World Series. I've even seen the Rolling Stones, but none can compare to WrestleMania, Gorilla. And speaking of hyperbole, listen to the drama and just in Vince McMahon's voice. He narrates his opening package.
Hulk Hogan. And the Ultimate Warrior. Prepare to explode. Champion versus champion. Title for title. It's the ultimate challenge. It's WrestleMania.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan and the Warrior are constellations now, apparently. Can you imagine any wrestler in today's WWE getting that level of hype and feel behind it? Can you imagine someone being compared to a constellation, a collection of stars? Speaking of stars, Robert Goulet sings the Canadian national anthem. I'm 90% of these sweeping landscape shots have been repurposed for American national anthems at other WrestleManias. Opening match is Coco Beware taking on Rick Martel. He is modeling this is his first singles match on pay-per-view. Now, early the previous year, Martel had turned heel on betraying his Strikeforce tag team partner, Tito Santana, and these guys feuded for the bulk of '89, and Slick was Martel's manager for the bulk of that time. And after all those months of feuding, by the time WrestleMania rolls around, neither of them are really doing anything substantial. Like they're both on the card tonight, but not really in that program. Near the end of '89, Martel would lose Slim to the manager and become the model. He would have the new European arrogance sprinter with him, the sweater tied around his neck, probably one of the more iconic mid-card angles of the time of the company. And the theme he listens to is very much a primordial version of what we talked about Venus and Sea many years later. Martel to jump early on, but Coco outmaneuvers him. Martel ducks Coco out of the ring, inches away from Frankie the Bird. Martel works over Coco here with axe handling the second rope. He goes to Boston Crab for the first time and Coco is able to escape with a rope break. Coco makes a comeback in the corner. He fires up. He also remember when his twisting dives. He hit it early in the match, but this time he misses. Martel gets the crab locked in, and Coco submits. Martel wins his opening contest. I give it 2 stars out of 5. It was a bad match, not a great one either. It was a good story, but I think had it gone a bit longer, I would have rated it higher because I think that if they had more time to get into their gear, it could have been something really interesting. But as it was, the story they told and the work they had here was pretty good. It was probably Vince McMahon's favorite promo of the night. You got Mean Gene Okerlund interviewing the tag team champions Haku and Andre the Giant. The Colossal Connection, or as Gene calls them, the Colostomy Connection. Yeah, there's a fair number of poop jokes and poo-related puns really crammed into this minute-long promo here. There's the Colostomy Connection thing. He then talks about evacuation. At the end of the promo, Gene says, they're anything but regular guys, then makes a face. And then we see Sean Mooney with Demolition, the Challengers. Axe wants to chop down the big redwood and the Polynesian oak. Smash wants to drive off a cliff in a semi-truck and melt down the remaining metal to make new tag team championships. They don't make promos like this anymore, folks. We go to that match now for the tag titles as the Colossal Connection defend against Demolition. Now, at the end of '89, at the tail end of his career, Andre the Giant was paired up with Haku to form the team. It was a way to kind of protect Andre and minimize the impact he takes in the ring every night, but keeps him kind of relevant and present on programming. By the end of the year, they would beat Demolition to claim the championships, and Demolition, who are at this point 2-time tag champs, want to get it for the 3rd time. Jesse says that Andre is bulking up for this match. Sure he is. Demolition gets a huge pop in Toronto for their entrance. Another early jump on the heels and their babyface turnaround. We get a backslide fight between Smash and Haku, but Andre gets a little kick to break it up. It doesn't matter to me if you're some karate, but Haku's karate chop does take Axe down quickly. He ends with a slap to Axe while the referee is distracted, some double team by the champs. Lots of cheating in this one. And the really crazy thing is, Andre sees almost no real action. He'll get involved occasionally with a punch or a kick here and there. He is almost never tagged in this thing. It's essentially a one-on-one match between Axe and Haku for the most part. Axe finally gets the boot up on Haku out of the corner with a clothesline. Smash with the hot tag in. Andre does not get tagged in. Smash wrecking Haku in the comeback. Andre finally comes in, double clothesline, accents the referee distracted. Demolition hit their double team finish on Haku to win the tag titles for a third time, becoming the second team in company history to do so. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. I give him credit for being able to do a pretty good job masking Andre's limitations in this matchup while keeping things relatively entertaining. It was essentially at most a handicap match between Axe and Smash and Haku and Andre and Bobby Heenan, also to an extent getting a little bit of mustard in there as well. Heenan on the outside added a little bit extra dimension to this one. So yeah, match kind of middle of the road for me. But of course the real big story here is what takes place after the match. Heenan is berating and chewing out Andre in the corner, pumping him in the chest, he slaps him in the face, grabs Bobby by the lapel of his jacket. The pop from the crowd is tremendous here. Andre slaps Heenan in the face a couple of times, gets him out of the ring. Then he basically kicks Heenan and Haku out of the motorized ring cart so Andre can get that really awesome last ride into the sunset. This is his last televised match in WWF. Goes out as a beloved babyface, kind of going out the same way he basically came in during the expansion. So really touching, a real kind of cool final curtain call for Andre. He would wrestle sporadically internationally after this, off of television, and he would make some appearances in the last couple of years of his life. But this was his last big spectacle match on air, and what a way to go out for Andre. Backstage, Mean Gene with Earthquake and his manager, Jimmy Hart. Hey baby, seismographs, Richter scale, ha 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 ha! Quake's supposed to be doing like Earthquake, shaking the ground kind of dance as he's doing this promo. It doesn't look like he has to go to the bathroom really, really bad as he's cutting this promo against Hercules. Also, would you believe that's the look of a 27-year-old man in Earthquake? I was shocked when I figured out how old he was in 1990. I've always been flabbergasted how relatively young Earthquake was in his career when he was during the prime years as a top, or one of the top heels in WWF. I mean, God, he's never looked any younger than 38 in all the years he ever wrestled. Back in November of '89, Earthquake debuted as a fan, supposedly picked up from random by the crowd, but it was all set up by that no-good-nick Jimmy Hart to attack the Ultimate Warrior. He did debut on pay-per-view Survivor Series. It's his first WrestleMania matchup again. Hurt goes to put his chain away, Earthquake goes to the jump, but hey, Hercules outsmarts him, what a change in the formula. We get a test of strength here. Hercules looks to overtake Earthquake when he gets cut off. Herc tries to use his power and strength, but it has no effect on the larger opponent. He's got him wobbling down to a knee finally. He tries to go for a backbreaker, but does not have the strength to do it. Earthquake hits Hercules with the big sit to win, and after the match, hits the big sit yet again. I give it 1 star out of 5. It's not much of a match. I got some serious like Kane, Great Khaki vibes from Mania 23 from this one, but in my opinion, the story here was told a bit better, which is why I set a slightly higher rating. I think that it is a great job putting Earthquake over as that dominant guy, beating the other dude who's also, against anyone else, the larger guy in the matchups. I have two giants here. Earthquake asserting his will and his dominance over the other large guy is a great look and really puts Earthquake over in a major way. It's not the last time we see him, though, over the course of this night. Rona Barrett's one of the few celebrities on hand for this year's Mania. Now, Barrett is best known for being a Hollywood gossip columnist from the 60s to the early 90s, and she also was like a big pioneer in the medium that we know now as like in-depth TV interviews with like celebrities and sports figures and stuff like that. But my big question was this was, okay, if Rona Barrett's really known in the Hollywood circle, then why did they wait to use her for next year's Mania in Los Angeles? Barrett interviews Miss Elizabeth, who's been seen less and less on TV over the last year or so since the build of Mania 5 when she was kicked to the curb by Randy Savage in that title match build. So where has she been lately? Liz says she doesn't want to disappoint the fans by not helping enough at ringside. And she promises that if she does return to ringside managing, she'll be far more active. Foreshadowing maybe? Sean Mooney backstage with British Beefcake. Mother Brutai says Mr. Perfect may have a great win-loss record, but no one's truly perfect, and he will sever that perfect record here tonight. We go to that match now as Beefcake takes on Mr. Perfect with the genius Randy Poffo at ringside. As mentioned, Mr. Perfect did have a perfect record up to this point. He debuted for TV in September of '88 and had not lost a match since on television. He wouldn't lose house shows, but of course, in the world of WWF, TV is all that really counts. And this feud began the Royal Rumble when Perfect attacked Bruce following his match with Randy Poffo. And Bruce actually introduced Perfect to the ring for this one, by the way. Things off to a clunky start in the corner between them, but they're able to recover nicely. I've not seen one opening lockup on the show so far. Perfect is bumping his ass off for Bruce here, but Brother Brutai looks kind of shit here. I hate to rag on him, but I've yet to see a good Bruce Beefcake matchup, as few as there have been in my classic review segment. So I will give Perfect credit for his bumping ability. This has to be the match that Shawn Michaels studied getting ready for his match with Hulk Hogan in 2005. Mary Tyler Moore watching at ringside. There's a celebrity for you. Genius of the distraction, slips the scroll into the ring. Perfect decks Brutai right into the mush, gains the advantage, and works over Bruce from there. Vicious kicks the breadbasket. Gorilla on commentary says, this thing's turned around 360 degrees here, and Jesse very rightfully calls him out, saying, no, it's actually 180 degrees, because if it were 360, things would be the exact same. Perfect still on top until Bruce pulls off a double leg takedown out of nowhere. Slingshot into the corner, and Perfect's head hits the steel ring post. Pinned by Brutus, and he wins, finally snapping Perfect's year-and-a-half-long unbeaten streak. I give this one 2 stars out of 5. I think the match, the first part of the match, was kind of rough to watch, but things eventually would recover. Perfect, like I said, very entertaining, but he had his work cut out for him here working with someone like Brutus. It makes Beefcake look kind of resourceful, but also the recipient of dumb luck at the same time. I don't think it hurts Perfect at all, this accidental bump the noggin. And, it's his first loss, but he will recover. In a couple months, he'll be the Intercontinental Champion, and things will be hunky-dory for him. So, it was just kind of a so-so match for me. If Perfect weren't the One Wrestling Beefcake, it might be a lower rating here. After the match, Brutus wants to strut and cut Perfect's hair, but the Genius grabs the shears and tries to sneak away. Brutus catches him, brings him back into the ring, puts him in a sleeper hold as Perfect pieces out, leaves his manager high and dry as the Beeper cuts a lot of Papa's hair, and it turns out he was not really expecting that to happen. It's kind of a surprise to him. We get a recap of the Roddy Piper Bad News Brown feud. At the Royal Rumble, Piper eliminated Brown, and then Brown yanks Piper out in response. They were brawling up the ramp. The fighting continued for weeks, and oh boy, this is it, isn't it? It's Roddy Piper in half blackface. Ooh, lots to unpack with this one. It took a long time for Piper to finally give like a decent excuse as to why he did this. He said in his autobiography it was like a symbolic gesture of him like wanting to be a fighter and a champion for people of all races and creeds and colors. Black and white doesn't matter. Even if he had good intentions, just the act of blackface is seen as mostly a negative thing now. Not just by 2020 standards, but even by 1990, blackface was kind of panned, I would think. It doesn't help matters that all Piper does in this promo is just insult Bad News Brown's looks, like his bugging out eyes and his big mouth and his dilating nostrils. And here's the thing, if you don't think that blackface is inherently racist or yellowface or brownface or whatever, then I guess a funny little video about wrestling on YouTube isn't going to change your mind, but I just had to get that off my chest. That match is up next, Roddy Piper versus Bad News Brown, and during the entrances, Ventura admits he will not be unbiased in this one because Piper is his tag team partner, so to speak. He's making a reference to the fact that Piper and Ventura recently filmed the pilot episode for Tag Team, a buddy cop show where 2 wrestlers, out-of-work wrestlers, become police officers. That was a real thing. Never got picked up past the pilot episode, though. If you want to learn more about that, a couple of years ago, I did a live show in LA where I reviewed that episode, and Rob Fee was there, Steven Larson were there. We had a great time. You can check that episode out right here in the corner. How about this? We finally open up a match with a lockup tonight, but it does quickly turn into a scrap. A big right hand throws Piper to the mat. Brown has the advantage until he gets a poke to the eye. Piper begins to come back, but Brown rakes the eyes as well. Danny Davis lets a lot go here as the referee. Brown removes the turnbuckle pad and immediately backfires on him. Piper then puts on a white fingerless glove, kind of like an inverted version of Brown's black glove, and we get some more right hands. They brawl on the outside. Piper grabs a chair and goes swinging, but he misses. Right after the swing, though, the bell rings. Danny Davis was counting really fast here. It's a double count out, and the brawl continues all the way back up the ramp as the officials try and fail to pull them apart, which is admittedly a great visual. I give it 2 stars out of 5. I will say the physicality of this was what I really enjoyed about the matchup. It was a great fight of a match, and the story they told, the brawling and everything, Iller and Jan, that was really fun and exciting. It's just too bad the finish was what it was. Apparently, neither guy wanted to lose the other. They were very adamant about that, to the point where this storyline was completely nixed after WrestleMania. It's never followed up on after this. And as far as the half blackface stuff with Piper goes, well, turned out the joke would be on him, because on this night, Andre the Giant and Arnold Skaaland, they pulled a red on old Piper here. They dumped his cleaning solution down the drain, and so Piper was not able to actually get the black paint off of his body. It took him 3 weeks to finally get that paint off of it. We go to what's probably my favorite part of the entire show in terms of pure joy felt here. We had just gag after gag, one-liner after one-liner, and I will give Volkov and Zukov credit because they're able to keep pace of great timing with Allen, who's so rapid-fire in his delivery. It's just a classic bit that's put a real big smile on my face. The Bolsheviks take on the Hart Foundation next. I like the look of Jim and Brett's tights here. Brett's gear slowly evolving into its final form. Brett giving his sunglasses to a kid at ringside. I didn't know he did this during his time with the Hart Foundation. I assumed he just started doing it once he was a singles guy, so that's kind of cool to see. Volkov's in the Russian national anthem, but I guess I'll time. Like, when you consider Paul Bearer comes to the company about a year later, and he's been described as rotund, like, that's an appropriate use of the word. As the match begins, in so many words, Jesse says Chico should have sent Barbarian some Mexican food beforehand because he'd get diarrhea and run off to the bathroom. Santana's able to outpace Barbarian and take him down a couple of occasions early on. Barbarian with a boot that damn near knocks Tito's block off, though. Goes for a rope block elbow, but he misses. Santana with a big old comeback, the flying forearm. He then puts Barb's foot on the ropes. O'Connor rolled by Tito, but he fucking kills himself hitting the top rope. Flying clothesline by Barb, and a hell of a bump by Santana for the win. I give it 3 stars out of 5. You know what? This was not a very long match, but I loved how much action and storytelling was packed into this thing. I think it was a really fun match. It wasn't a squash like the Earthquake match from earlier, and it still got Barbarian over in a really big way. It's actually my favorite match of the night at this point so far. Go ahead, Jeff. We're going to recap the Randy Savage, Dusty Rhodes feud this point. They brawled the Royal Rumble during the Monday Night Show. Dusty managed Sapphire against the Ball at the Ultimate Challenge Special 1 week before WrestleMania. And then we go back to see Dusty Rhodes cut the promo with that foul in it. Dusty hit that he and Sapphire had with the Macho King and Queen Sherry Hill. Hit the crown jewel in it. And Monsoon goes, I don't know what you mean, Jess. In the first mixed tag team match in WrestleMania history, you have the Macho King Randy Savage and sensational Queen Sherry taking on the American Dream Dusty Rhodes and Sweet Sapphire. This is a first for me. I actually have not watched a whole lot in any of Macho King era Randy Savage. I know that the previous year he beat Jim Duggan in a match like for the title of King of the Ring, and Duggan beat Haku for it. And so now Macho is the linear King of the Ring, apparently. So he's the, I love the look, by the way, of Macho. The gold jacket, the pants, the design, the color scheme on it, that is a look right there. Of course, Queen Sherry looking regal as always. Ventura with the Disney Millennium during Dusty and Sapphire's entrance. They look combined weight of 465 gorilla. You're telling me Rhodes weighs 200? If I know Sapphire weighs 2.5. Oh my god, that is so rude. Rhodes brings out the aforementioned crown jewel. It's Miss Elizabeth looking glamorous as shit, and Macho is freaking out. The match begins. Sherry gets a cheap shot early on. Sapphire grabs her hair in response. Great spot where Dusty throws Savage and Sherry. They both fly out of the ring. Sapphire gets in another collision on the apron. Then Sapphire actually has to do some stuff in the ring. It's not entirely graceful, but what do you expect? On the outside, Sherry with a cheap shot to Dusty. Great looking shot, by the way. A couple of bombs away from Savage to the outside. Sapphire tries to stop a third. Savage hucks her out of the way, and Jesse is very much an advocate for that because, after all, Sapphire struck Savage first. King grabs his scepter. Dusty's back and hits him from the top rope. Sherry then dives on the Dusty for a pinfall. We actually had 2 count from that, which I thought was kind of weird. Can we please keep the rules of this match consistent? Dusty beats up Savage. Sherry jumps on top of his back. Sapphire with a snapmare to Sherry off of Dusty. Sapphire then hair marries Sherry out of the ring, and Liz throws Sherry back inside. Let's get physical here. Sapphire with a suplex. Elizabeth attacks Sherry again, rolled up by Sapphire, and she and Dusty win the match. I give it 3.5 stars out of 5. It's not like an amazing matchup, but it's still very entertaining in its own way. Because here's the thing. This match is way less about Randy Savage and Dusty Rhodes than it is Queen Sherry and Sapphire. And Sapphire is very much not a trained wrestler in any way. It's a really good job of covering up those deficiencies by Sapphire, and it's really entertaining. Liz getting involved near the end, getting physical, nice touch as well. So yeah, this is a really enjoyable matchup. The feud between Savage and Rhodes would keep going through SummerSlam, but that's a story for another time. Now it's time for what I call the promo gauntlet. Lots of promos back to back to back at this point in the show, beginning with Bobby Heenan, who's acting as if his blow with Andre the Giant had just happened. But this really confused me because we just saw him a while ago with the Barbarian, and by that point he was totally collected. But in this promo, he's disheveled, he's sweating like a pig, he's out of breath, he's mad at Andre the Giant. Like, it's out of sequence. If they had switched the promo with the Barbarian match, it would have made a lot more sense. Because we'll see Heenan later in the night as well for the 3rd time, or at least. And, yeah, I thought it was kind of a weird order for that one. We go back to Jesse and Gorilla with Rona Barrett, who says she knows about a sorted piece of film featuring Jesse Ventura, which wasn't even Gorilla at the time. So she's going to roll the film, but then Ventura tosses to Sean Mooney, who's with Macho King and Sherry, and they are pissed. Suffering builds character, yeah! Savage cutting his entire promo, complete stream of consciousness, while Sherry is just running around back in the background, screaming her head off. What an insane scene this is. These two have amazing energy. Then Mean Gene's with the new tag champs, Demolition. Nice pull by Axe here. Kind of humble here. He says that the 3rd tag title victory was the sweetest for him because unlike the last 2 times, he and Smash were seen as underdogs. And so they can't even celebrate, he says, though, because the Hart Foundation are breathing down their necks. But he does reiterate they will stay tag team champions because they will had crushed the team later in the year. Hulk Hogan backstage with his famous "This is where the power lies, brother" promo, and he says when he gets Warrior on his knees, he will ask, "Do you want to live forever?" He's basically trying to convert the Warrior and the Little Warriors into the Church of Hulkamania. We then go to the Ultimate Warrior, who shoves Mooney out of the shot. "You don't deserve to breathe the same air as the Warrior and Hulk Hogan." He then says he wants to take what Hulk Hogan believes in further than ever before, which implies to me that he is an evolved form of Hulk Hogan in this case, a direct descendant of Hulk Hogan, the teachings of Hulkamania. And something he wants to bring the Warriors and the Hulkamaniacs together. This is Warrior at his most Warrior. Back to matches we go. The Orient Express take on the Midnight Rockers. Sean and Marty, they love to wrestle and they love to party. Sean and Marty begin with some fast double team moves. Marty gets dumped out of the ring over the top rope after Fuji pulls down the cane. But back in the ring, a great counter out of the backdrop, landing on his feet before tagging in Michaels. The Express get the advantage. Saito, though, with a really cool, quick spinning headbutt to Michaels, who runs at him. Saito rolls off Sean's back. There's a clothesline by Sean and a hot tag. Martin Jennings, a house of fire. Friendly fire by Tanaka on Saito. He gets double dropped in out of the ring. Fuji on the outside distracts Marty. It's a big sneak attack by Tanaka. Salt in the eyes. Marty has been counted out. I give the match 2.5 stars out of 5 when I knock the living down a little bit because of that count out finish. I figured after the big cheating and everything, would have been more effective for the heels just to win outright. Get Marty back in the ring, finisher, pinfall, whatever. We didn't get that here. That was the action, though, and the selling, the overall story, I did like. Steve Allen's back with Rhythm and Blues as the Honky Tonk Man and Greg Valentine, who's getting his hair dyed jet black looking like Elvis. Not a great era for Greg Valentine at this point. More amazing zingers from Allen, including this little nugget of wisdom.
To be perfectly honest, Honky, I haven't been this excited since I found out that Pee Wee Herman was straight.
Steve also says they remind him of Elvis. Elvis Costello, that is. Just more brilliance from Steve Allen here, and the play between him and Honky Tonk Man is wonderful. Some might just realize watching this and seeing Rhythm and Blues, like, oh my god, they were that generation's 3MB. Up next, Dino Bravo with Jimmy Hart and Earthquake at ringside, taking on Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Very interesting choice to have a match like this with this uber patriotic, USA versus French Canada kind of thing, when they're in Canada. So Duggan waving around, the old glory and everything, not getting quite the response you might expect, as he is the babyface in this matchup. Duggan starts out strong, big atomic drop, corner punches. He charges into the corner, but misses Bravo when a shoulder first into the corner. Bravo gets advantage. Earthquake with a cheap shot when the ref's not looking. Hacksaw in the corner, flip the Pavina, stop Dino, goes on a run of clothesline. Gets ready for the 3-point stance when Quake grabs Duggan. Bravo tries to grab the 2x4, but Duggan's too fast. Decks him with it and wins. Right afterward, though, Earthquake jumps Duggan, beats him under a very excessive action. Many big sits after the bell rings. I give it 1 star out of 5. The match itself is decent, it's pretty forgettable, but the big stories that happen afterward with Earthquake jumping Duggan the way he did. And I tell you, this 2-part thing with Earthquake on the night, between this and the squash against Hercules, does a really good job putting Earthquake over as this massive killer. Because just think about the timing of this. Earlier in the show, you see Andre the Giant riding off into the sunset, the beloved baby face, last match you'll ever see him. Meanwhile, this show is kind of a coming out party for Earthquake here, really getting him over as the next big menacing giant threat. To see what he was able to do with the guys on this night really puts him in that position to be that next mid to upper tier guy, the big giant who can really go with the main event scene. He would have a big feud with Hogan later this year as well. So this whole thing with him just killing people at the right WrestleMania really puts him in a good spot for that. $1 million championship on the line here as Jacob the Snake of Roberts challenges Ted DiBiase. Now, back in May of '89, the previous year, after a match between Roberts and Virgil, DiBiase jumps Jake. He puts out the $1 million dream, and Jake is written off TV for several months as a result of the beatdown. 6 months later, DiBiase challenges or he calls out Jake Roberts, saying, "If you want the championship, come and get in." After the match, sure enough, Roberts comes in and he steals the championship belt from DiBiase. So even though DiBiase is still technically the champion, Roberts holds the belt. So this match is determined who is the champion after all. Before the match, Jake cuts his iconic "Wallow in the Muck of Your Own Avarice" promo, saying he will make Ted grovel and beg and be humiliated like Ted had done to so many people over the years. Great stuff. The match begins with some lockups, with some blows. Things start off fast. Jake goes for the DDT a couple of times right out the gate, but DiBiase fails. Roberts working over the arms, some big knees back at 10-10. Jake goes for a big knee lift, but DiBiase counters it, and Jake eats it. Very similar cutoff to the Jake Rick Rude match in WrestleMania 4, by the way. As DiBiase works over Jake in this matchup, the crowd looks got him actually start a wing, which is quite a sight to see the crowd get so amped up. for the win. With every revolution, the crowd's louder. It's like at one point the loudest reaction in the entire night that doing the wave. And you can even see the camera guys like follow it as well, and announcers talk about it too. It's so funny to hear that because nowadays you would not hear that. They would not acknowledge that at all. I can't remember the last time I've seen an actual wave during a WWE show, but off the top of my head, the one I remember most vividly is during a match at SummerSlam with JBL and Taker, and that wave was happening, and I know the announcers kayfabed that the entire way through. DiBiase hits a pile driver, which finally shuts the crowd up. He locks in the $1 Million Dream. Jake's fighting it, falls into the ropes. The crowd's rooting the match now. They're popping big from every kick out by Roberts. Jake catches DiBiase in midair, makes a big-ass comeback. It's a big DDT chant from the fans. Short-arm clothesline, but as Jake's getting ready for the DDT, Virgil pulling Jake out of the ring. Virgil pays for it. The $1 Million Dream is locked back in on the outside. The two collide with the ring post, but Virgil saves his man, throws it back into the ring. Jake counted out, and 10 officially retains his title, gets the belt back. I give it 3 stars out of 5, and here's the thing. I thought the match itself was great, and it was exciting, the storytelling was awesome, the action was there, but do we really need another count-out finish at WrestleMania? By my count, that's 3 on the night so far. How many people in this company need to be protected that much? After the match, Jake beats up Virgil, who goes flying out of the ring, then Jake finally drops DiBiase's DDT, too little too late though. Jake grabs some of Ted's money in the ring, hands it out to some of the fans, even Mary Tyler Moore. Stuffs the money in Ted's own mouth, what a twist. Jake gets out Damien and Virgil saves DiBiase again, and Jake is chasing with a snake. Backstage we go with Dr. Style, Slick, and friend of the show, Akeem. Slick says that Ted DiBiase has given them thousands of reasons to be judged, jury, and executioner of the Big Boss Man. Akeem says there's 2 things that don't last long: dogs chasing cars, and law enforcement officers who don't take the money. He didn't go to the Boss Man who's elsewhere with Mean Gene. Boss Man says he doesn't need a manager, a tribal reject for a tag team partner. He's also proud to be an American. The whole build to this is, of course, the Twin Towers were the largest tag team in the Federation at the time. But then back in February, Ted DiBiase put out a hit on Jake Roberts for the $1 Million Championship. He hired Slick and the Twin Towers to take care of Roberts. The Big Boss Man, being the noble former law enforcement officer he is, didn't want DiBiase's dirty money. He gave DiBiase back his money. He gave Roberts the belt back, and so now Slick and Akeem want nothing to do with him. Battle of the big boys here, but also, more importantly, battle of the awesome theme songs. Hard Times and Jive Soul Bro are just timeless classics. Now, I have not talked about Akeem at great length in a very long time on this channel. I think the last time I did really was one of my first episodes ever, Strange Antagonist. I think I'm a little less outraged about it now than I was. I've known out a lot my old age here on the channel, but I think I'm less mad about it now. It's just, the more I watch it, it's such a goofy gimmick. It's so silly. You know, it obviously couldn't just hang today for a lot of reasons. I wonder if they should have at all, but at least you're watching it. It's like seeing Akeem doing the dance and everything. It's just, I don't know, I can't get mad at it. Before the match even begins, though, Ted DiBiase is still there, or he returns somehow, and he jumps Boss Man and beats him before throwing him back into the ring. I don't even know if the rings and start the match, but we're on our way, so corner punches turn into a not great looking inverted tummy drop into a boot. Big comeback with Boss Man here. Akeem going off the ropes, ducks the elbow, but he gets caught with the Boss Man slam for the Big Boss Man to win. And afterward, Boss Man immediately grabs Slick and gives him a heart punch. This one gets a half star out of 5. There's not much to this match. It's pretty short and sweet. The stuff with DiBiase is the real takeaway though with this thing. It does build a lot of momentum for Boss Man though. He feeds the Heenan family. There's also interesting overlap with Ted, by the way. Not very often you see people getting involved in multiple storylines, especially in back-to-back segments like this. So yeah, kind of interesting to see DiBiase still getting involved, still trying to get his wits in on the Big Boss. Out in the crowd, Sean Lee interviews fans. Seems very excited about the new hit single from Rhythm and Blues. The verse getting talked to is great.
Oh, good. They can't sing or dance or do anything.
Movie then marks out for Mary
You ready?
Ringside,
Okay.
He tries to talk with her about Rhythm and Blues, but you can tell she has no idea what he's talking about.
I'm sure you have all the Honky Tonk Man's albums.
Yes.
And what about his new performance partner, Greg the Hammer Valentine?
How about him?
And now it's finally time for Rhythm and Blues to debut their new hit single to the world. Got the Honky Tonk Man, the Colonel Jimmy Hart, Greg the Hammer Valentine with the honky S and the pink Cadillac. And who's that driving? driving that Cadillac? Good God, it's only the young Diamond Dallas Page who actually owned this car. It's a car full of future Hall of Famers. So like I said, they're singing a new single called Hunka 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 Honky Love. And this thing is a fucking train wreck. The whole thing begins, everyone's offbeat for the first part of it. There's tons of feedback, some lyrics are forgotten. Greg Valentine gets a verse you cannot hear. He also pretends to play the guitar solo on his acoustic guitar. What a display. The proceedings are broken up by a pair of guys apparently trying to sell programs, but then wait, as Honky says, it's Luke and Butch, the Bushwhackers! Thanks for the exposition. The Whackers chase Rhythm and Blues out of the ring and they break the bad guys' guitars. This was all pretty darn silly. It was like fun for like a cringeworthy chaos kind of schadenfreude kind of thing, just how miserable, like that cacophony of sound early on. Finally settled in, like, and they're on beat after like the second half of it, but that first part was rough. Rick Rude, the new program, the Ultimate Warrior here, as he takes on Jimmy Superfly Snuka, and Steve Allen joins the commentary. Rude jumps Snuka from behind as the match begins, and then Jimmy with the quick turnaround. There's that old chestnut. Jimmy mocks Rude with the hip swivel. Jimmy goes very strong for the moment. He goes up to the top rope, but Rude kind of an awkward transition between the two of them. They set up for a second dive. Rude rolls out of the way, hits the Rude Awakening, and wins the matchup. I give it 1 star out of 5. It is a freak athletic matchup, but I'm just tired of the repetitive booking strategies for this show. In this match alone, they're using 2 of the tropes we've already seen multiple times. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see a count-out finish. And now it's finally time for the much-wanted Ultimate Challenge, title for title, as the world champion Hulk Hogan goes against the Intercontinental Champion, the Ultimate Warrior. Hogan won his championship back at WrestleMania 5 against Randy Savage. The Warrior beat Rick Rude at last year's SummerSlam. Back at the Royal Rumble, the two champs faced off for a moment in the Royal Rumble matchup. 1 week later, at Saturday night's main event, the Ultimate Challenge was thrown down for Mania and accepted. They show some highlights of the build here going into this, like as before the match begins. One of which is from that same episode of Main Event where Hogan and Warrior are jumped from behind by the Genius and Mr. Perfect. Hogan's back in the ring trying, he's tapping Warrior on the shoulder, and Warrior, who's in full frantic beat-up mode, accidentally clotheslines Hogan. But why would Hogan go right to Warrior first if he's got 2 other guys to beat up? Then at the main event in February, Warrior took on Earthquake, but Hogan made the save. Warrior didn't really care for it. 2 weeks later, Hogan took on Quake and himself. Warrior runs in and jumps Earth in a standoff. Seriously, what is with the blocking and some of the storytelling for this feud? We get an epic stare down between Warrior and Hulk Hogan as the match begins. They lock up, they shove each other out of the lockups. These moments alone get some huge reactions. The test of strength, look at the strength, look at the muscles, look at the sweat, gorilla. Warrior wins at first, and Hogan fights back. We get the famous blowjob-esque image. Hogan with the first takedown. Then crisscross the ropes. Hogan with a slam. Warrior with a slam. Clotheslines him out of the ring. Hogan appears to have hurt his knee on the outside. Warrior takes advantage. We get eye rakes. We get chokes. Things get nasty in a hurry here. Hogan fires up and takes the fight back to Warrior. Our first pinfall attempt resulted in a 2 count. Best on commentary of the night. Hogan has Warrior in a front face lock. And Monstein says, such a dangerous move. And Jesse Ventura chimes in, yeah, sure it is. Ask Richard Belzer. Hulk Hogan works over Warrior for several minutes. But he fights out of a long chin lock and a big old double down after the clothesline. They each get up. Hulk Hogan goes for some attacks. The Warrior is, I guess you could call it warrioring up. Hits some more clotheslines, puts Hulk Hogan in a bear hug. The arms drop twice, but he gets the arm up for the 3rd one. Fights back. Warrior decks referee Hebner mid-run, and he is down. The match keeps going. Lots of opportunities for both guys to win the matchup, but the referee is out of position. Hulk Hogan finally launches Warrior out of the ring. Back inside, Warrior hits the gorilla press and the splash. Now it's Hulk Hogan's turn to Hulk up. The big boot, the leg drop attempt, the Warrior moves, hits the splash, we get the 3 count. Hogan kicks out 3.5, but the damage is already done. Warrior wins the match and is the new double champion. It is Hulk Hogan's first clean pinfall loss. He's coming back to the company in 1984 to win the championship on the Iron Sheik. 6 years of not taking a single clean pinfall loss. That is some good-ass protection there. Hogan grabs his belt and gives it to the Warrior, puts him over. The Ultimate Warrior celebrates the ring with a big-ass pyro and the rope shaking. The Sky Dome is rocking as we fade to black. I give this one 4 stars out of 5. You know those scenes in Who Framed Roger Rabbit where you got like Donald and Daffy Duck as dueling pianists, and like Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse share screen time together, but the way that the contracts are negotiated between all the sides means that one character can't get over more than the other, and that's to be very evenly matched. That's basically what this match was. It was as close and evenly matched as you could possibly possibly get and still have a definitive winner and loser. The way they booked this thing was like everyone gets a turn, boom, boom, and like it's very, very even at the very end. Credit to Pat Patterson, who's the one who very famously blocked this match, essentially spot for spot. Despite the limitations of Hogan and Warrior, they were able to pull it off and make a really dramatic, captivating match. It is one of probably the more iconic main events in WrestleMania history, and I think it really, in a lot of ways, it holds up. But this exact match probably would not fly and not get as over in today's wrestling unless you had just dynamic personalities like Hogan and Warrior were. But man, it's really, I think, the storytelling they had, these two just colossal beings, these gods, these constellations, as it were, just locking horns and just going move for move, hold for hold with each other, and it's hard to pick a winner. That's why this match is so good, because it is so evenly matched, done very well. Like I said, despite their limitations, they really pulled it off. This, of course, was supposed to represent a passing of the torch, the Warrior being crowned the new top guy in the company, and Hogan's going to step back. But Hogan apparently told a lot of people backstage he did not believe that Warrior had what it took to carry the ball the way that he himself did all those years before. And whether it be due to his skill in the ring, or the booking, or any kind of political machinations, or just the state of the business at the time, Warrior did not get the same opportunity that Hogan did. He did not get the same chance to run for as long, as ungodly at the time, as Hogan did. So, less than 1 year later, the Rumble 91, Warrior drops the belt to Sergeant Slaughter, and Slaughter then drops it in turn to Hogan at WrestleMania 7, and the status quo is basically resumed. There's a lot of similarities to Hogan and Warrior, but for whatever reason, Warriors didn't pan out. But, in the long term, though, Warrior is still regarded by a lot of people as their favorite wrestlers at the time, so there's an icon in wrestling. Like I said in videos past on this channel, when Hogan became persona non grata in WWE, they just slotted Warrior in that position of like top, iconic, nostalgic champion of
Game 2. James Harden is averaging the fewest points in the playoffs since 2012. Not the most opportune time. Harden has a player option in his contract this offseason, and then after that, he's eligible for a 4-year, $223 million max contract. Shannon, would you give Harden a max deal with how he's playing?
Hell no. Not that. Skip, he's aging in dog years. Hell no, I'm not going to give him no 4 years, 223. If Skip at 37 in the year 18, that'd be $60 million a year. Nah, bro, I'm about to cut that thing down. I give you a 3-year deal, or maybe a 2-year deal, but ain't no way in hell I'm going to 4 years, basically with this outside 4 years. Skip, the step back is not reliable anymore. He can't consistently beat guys off the dribble anymore. They're not giving him those calls anymore. And Skip, now he's down to 13.5 shots a game. Since he's been in Philly, he's had 0 games in which he's shot with 20 shots. He averaged 22 in the last 3 years of Houston. And I'm supposed to give you, so he's down 10 shots, basically 10 shots a game.
Yep.
And I'm supposed to give you $50 million a year? No, sir.
No, sir. He's actually hiding in plain sight.
Yes.
In the court.
Yes.
That's what's happening right now. Daryl Morey's job and his pride are now officially right on the line. I believe he's going to be made to look foolish over this trade because I believe they can salvage Ben Simmons, who's like 25 going on 23.
Right.
And James is 32 going on 42 because he has hit the wall.
Yes.
To use LeBron's favorite word, he is washed. He's washed like my clothes during the pandemic. Every day I got home, they go straight in the wash.
Yeah.
That's how washed he is.
Yeah. He's turned into a pass-first point guard.
Yep.
Pass-first point guard don't make 56 feel perfect.
Yeah. If we could just see the tape that we put together of his 8 points the other night, along with 5 turnovers, we got to chronological order. We're going to just let them fly and continue to talk about Daryl Morey because this is a looming problem because pride's on the line because you can't acquire him and then not pay him.
Oh, you got to. Because you gave her Skip, not only did you give her pledge, you gave her draft capital also.
That's what I'm saying. You're stuck where you almost have to give him whatever the next
4 for 223, 56 a year.
Right? You just have to
I can't do it, Skip.
And again,
Sorry.
doesn't he have to do it to try to validate the acquisition?
Skip, I can't do it. I know what I promised you, James, but I can't.
Man,
I mean, what can I give him? Can I give him half that? I give him 2, Skip.
this is what you're up against. This is what you're living with. And again, Unfortunately, Embiid got hurt. I don't know if he's going to be back for 3 or 4.
Right.
But the point is, he's hurt. And it put Morey on more of a hot seat because all of a sudden James is on a hot seat.
Yes, because James, you got James because James was the guy that could take the game over in case Ben Spencer, in case James wasn't having a great day.
That was the whole idea.
So now we got two superstars. Where's the other one? I know what Joel Embiid is, but where's the other superstar that you was telling me about?
Daryl Morey traded for Houston James, who no longer exists.
No.
And Morey acquired him in Houston and sort of discovered him as the sixth man in Oklahoma City. And I give you high props for that. But you just unvalidated.
I don't care what anybody says. Even when Daryl Morey signed him, he didn't know he was going to turn into James Harden. Not skip the man, not averaging 36, 34, 32, being an MVP. No. And now, like you said, that's what he thought he was getting. But that guy disappeared. The moment he left, that James Harden doesn't exist.
Any sign of the enemy?
My
blade's
We gotta move on, guys, to the other game coming up tonight. Even up the Mavs series with the Sun. I'm excited about this one. Stick around. That's next.
This just happened. And of course, I'm by myself.
John Morant tied his playoff career high last night with 47 points. Afterwards, the league's most improved player said, quote, "Coming into today, I told myself we needed a win, and we were going to get a win. I just took it upon myself to go out there and do that for us." Chris Broussard's still with us. Chris, things now tied up 1 game apiece. Who do you think wins this series?
Jen, I got Golden State in 6.
Guess it's a false alarm. Get a grip, would you?
Great young team. They are a tough matchup for the Warriors. They beat them 3 out of 4 in the regular season. And obviously, for both teams during that. But, you know, their youth, their athleticism, their energy causes problems for some of the older teams. And then you have an unguardable player in Ja. But I just think they're too young and inexperienced. And they're not, you know, because of that youth and inexperience, they don't play the smartest basketball. I mean, they might look smarter compared to Minnesota. But Minnesota's about the silliest, most dim-witted team in the league. And so I just think that the Timberwolves are going through the necessary
Afraid to show yourself, coward?
That most, you know, teams that ultimately become contenders go through. So I think they'll lose this series because Golden State, now that Jordan Poole has emerged, they got 3 snipers. Clay is starting to play better. He's still not 100% of what he used to be before the injury. But he's getting there. He started coming on at the end of the regular season, and he's shooting the ball fairly well. Him, Steph, and Jordan Poole, that is 3 bona fide snipers, all of them averaging 20 or more points in the playoffs. And on any given night, one of them might be off, but generally 2 of them are going to be on. And last night, all 3 of them were off. I don't think that's happening again in the series. They were combined, the 3 of them, 6 for 29 from 3-point range. That's 21%. Little below 21% from 3. That's 18 turnovers as a team. That's a lot. Meanwhile,
let's hope it stays that way.
Twice as many as Golden State. They only commit 12 turnovers. They get a historic performance from John Morant, and they still barely win. So I think that Golden State wins this series just on the strength of their depth as far as like star depth, not just a deep roster, but a deep group of stars.
This is fine.
And I think that'll be too much for John Morant and a good young Grizzlies team.
I agree with you. I took the Warriors in this series. Golden State got what they wanted. Yeah, they would love to win both of those games, but they did get
Still got 6-ish.
Yeah, I'm going 6.
All right.
I think I went 6 when you and I picked the series. It took an out-of-body experience from John Morant. And it also took Klay Thompson. In the first 2 games, Chris, he's 11 for 38. And last night, he and Steph combined to go 5 of 23 from the 3. Now, it took all of that for them to only win by 5. And the game was still being decided in the final minute. I don't believe they're going to continue to shoot this bad as they shot the first 2 games. with that being said, I think they go home. We know what Golden State atmosphere is like in that building. I like them to get these games, especially game 3.
Villages.
Restore order, bring you back down to earth, because you feel a little, you levitate right now. You up there as high as Jerry Payton the second was last night. And so now I'm about to knock you up out there, just rush you to the floor, because on Saturday,
Yeah, he got submarine. He went flying up. I've never seen anything like it.
Ain't nobody said nothing about no submarine. But all I know is this. I like Golden State. I like Golden State this series. I believe that Steph, Clay plays better. Jordan, I love Jordan. What you saying, Chris? The question is, how many more of these performances do you believe Ja has in it? Because it might take another 3 of these, Skip, in order to get it home. I don't believe Steph is going to continue to struggle. I don't believe Klay Thompson will continue to struggle. And so with that being said, I got Golden State 6.
And I am sticking with Memphis in 7 because Chris Broussard, I know you don't get to watch all that much of our show, but I've been saying, sitting in this chair for the last 3 months, beware Memphis. And here they are, and here they go. Back to Golden State, where I remind you, last year in the play-in, they actually went up there. They beat the Warriors.
That was a long time ago.
The Warriors had Steph Curry, and the Warriors had they had Jordan Poole, they had Draymond Green, they did not have Klay Thompson, but they went up there and Ja got 35 and outstepped Steph in his home building. You don't think they're going to carry a lot of confidence up there?
Yes, absolutely.
And you can talk all you want about how many shots that Golden State missed last night. And I'm going to say this again about Steph Curry. He comes up small in way too many fourth quarters. Everybody gives him the pass because he's beloved little Steph, and he's in every other commercial on my TV. I'm getting sicker of him than I got a Baker Mayfield during the Progressive commercial run, right?
Okay.
Everything. I mean, he got one commercial with Subway, and he got a couple of hundred commercials. But all I know is that in the first 2 games at Memphis, would you believe that Steph Curry shot 35% from 3? Down a little bit from his all-time worst regular season. He was only 38% from 3 during the regular season. First time in his career he's been under 40. So he broke the record, and then he started to struggle. And he seems to be struggling with his shot because, as you pointed out earlier, Steph Curry banked one in the fourth quarter and straight on off an offensive rebound. When does Steph miss a shot so badly that it's like 2 feet long and it banks in straight in off the glass? That was as bad a three-point shot as I've ever seen him launch and make.
Whatever you pure on Saturday.
Really?
Yeah, 8 of them. He's close. I mean, you know,
At least you're giving him close.
no. Yeah.
You just need to see a
A little bit more.
All right, I'll take that.
Skip, you know, superstars used to be reserved. There were only a handful of superstars. Everybody that had a good game, they weren't a superstar. You had to do it over some time. And what I'm starting to see, and I've seen it in big moments, but Skip, nobody asked was he a superstar in Game 3. He was 5 of 18 against Minnesota. Game 4, he's 4 of 13. Game 6, he's 4 of 14.
I agree. I cannot argue any of those.
But I'm starting to see, when I watch him in the regular season, he's starting to have more games like this than not. And that's what made guys a superstar. The Kevin Durant, the LeBron, Skip, the Luka. I'll say Luka's a superstar because, Skip, we've seen him in the playoffs. It doesn't matter. Kawhi, PG, Mikal Bridges, Jay Crowder, he's going to get 30. Dude is 22, 23 years old. He's already got 6 40-point games. Luka's a superstar. Ja is right there on the cusp. If he can finish this off, get to the Western Conference Finals and play. Skip, I'm not saying that means superstars don't go for it.
That's true.
But if he can play like this,
It's full of bullets.
he's going to be a
Need to
superstar
take out
for
their
years to
leader.
come. Because I see the maturity, the maturation.
Possible
I saw
leadership
him as a
ability.
rookie, and they begged him. They like, please shoot this ball, Josh. Please, we're going to stand in the lane.
They begged him.
We not even worried about you.
There were times last night I thought they dared him.
Yes. And he's like, he got better and better and better. And you see
What award did he win this year? Most improved. How can you be a superstar and win most improved?
you can't. You know that.
It's like an oxymoron, right?
Get the guy's the second pick in the draft. Damn, don't you expect him to play like this as the second pick in the draft? But he's close. He's on his way to start. He's having that. If you remember his first series, LeBron, they played the Wizards. He had those 2 game-winning shots. He had like 45, 41 layups. Yeah, them layups. He had like 45. He had 41. He had 38, 32. And it's like, okay, the kid is right. And this is what we're starting to see from Josh.
Okay, I do not love it if he won most improved because it almost disqualifies this whole conversation.
If it, I mean, come on. I mean, a guy that's the number 2 pick in the draft, you should be disqualified. You should just be qualified for that award.
John often hurt me to the point of frustrating me, to the point of angering me in those 6 games against the team.
Right.
They won in 6 and shot.
See, this one's got tats on it too.
47, and they went up there last Friday night and just took it right out of their field and took it literally home without having to go home to play game 7. John averaged 22, 9, and 11. Again, it's kind of like Giannis. The numbers sound okay, but 22 is not.
Finish her! Fight like true tonight! Kill that outlander!
Much better.
Get out of my way. I got this. Looks like you start to carry
going Clay. They definitely trying to get Steph.
I should have
isolated.
known. Ah!
When teams don't
I'll
play,
break you in two!
they got no one.
Where is she receiving?
The whole game one, he scored 34.
So that was, and then he had Clay skating, he had Poole skating, he had Steph skating. Wiggins is a big body, so they get Wiggins and put him in the pinch and whomever is now because they want to get Wiggins off. Wiggins has a big body that can bother him. He can get by him, but he can still bother and challenge his shot at the rim. But you know, I love what I see from this kid. I love it. I love his boxing. Sometimes I think he goes overboard. But you don't have to celebrate everything. No. But that's this generation. That's these young guys. This is how they are. They're brash. I'm gonna tell you how good I am. I'm gonna dance. I'll do all those other things in the process. But as long as he's backing it up, that 47. What did you say? Yeah, 47, 8, 8, 47, 8, 9. He impressed me last night.
I had an issue with him in the the T-Wolves series because after games 2 and 3, he celebrated. He bragged off like the series was over. After game 3, they win at Minnesota. He asked for the basketball so he could
I should check if there's anything in the locker room here.
Just to rub it in on the home T-Wolves ground. I'm like, John, you need to grow up because it ain't over yet. Right. And that other team is loaded with athletic ability. Right. And a rare postman in Cat who he can just stroke threes like they're free throws. So you got to be careful. You got to honor them until you close them out. If you want to throw the ball in the rafters and close them out, I got no problem with it. Right. Well, what did Steph do at the end of game 1 after Golden State won and John missed the layup? Steph walked by him and said, "We're going to have some fun." So I love how John responded last night because after he closed the deal and Steph Curry just walked by him and said, we're going to have some fun. Right. Bingo. Touche. Love it. Because that works for me. Because you gave it back in kind. You did exactly what he gave to you. You gave it right back to him. That sends a powerful message to Steph. He ain't going anywhere. Exactly. He's right there with you, and he is not afraid of you. And in fact, I think Steph is bringing out the best in Ja because I think Ja's a point guard, a scoring guard. He looks up to Steph. Steph is standard. Are you the MVP? Yeah. Multiple. You got championship. Yeah. If you're a point guard, you come into the league. Look at that. Who has what you want? Especially if you're a scoring guard. Maybe if you're John Stockton-esque or somebody, you don't look at Steph because you're not that guy. Right. But as a scorer, as the greatest shooter, as the flash. Yeah. I mean, in the flash. You want Chris Paul's longevity, but if Steph with the shooting the shots, not everybody shoots the shot and turn and run down the court. Everybody take a local three.
Peter might have some tags. I should check.
And if the shot clock wasn't about to run out, or it wasn't at the end of the half or end of a game, man, what the hell are you doing, son? Just made cool. Hey, you can do this. This is a good shot. There are no. For Steph Curry, he made it say, okay, there are no bad shots. There really are, but everybody thinks they can shoot like that. And John's looking at Steph like, oh, bro, I'm more like you than I am LeBron. I'm more like you than I am Luka. And you got what I want. That is, I'm going to go at you then. I'm going to go at you in a good way. And once Steph fell and he gave him his hand, and Steph didn't want to take it for a second, but he did in the end. Right. But it's a respectful rivalry, but it's fearless. Yeah. Part of John. And rightfully so, and John is as fearless and effective going up among the trees in the lane as I've seen since Allen Iverson. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what he reminds you of. He's up in the stratosphere with Iverson. The ability to fly in the lane, to whirl in the lane, the body control, the ambidextrous right hand, left hand. Right. It has Iverson written all over it. My fear factor for him going forward, when we talk about him versus Zion, and now Zion's got all kinds of eating issues as well as health issues. Right. But I worry about Ja's longevity because he stayed beat up in the regular season. You were going way up there. Last night, he took a bunch of punishment. And I didn't bring this up in the A block. He got poked in the eye or hit in the eye at the end of the third quarter.
And he couldn't even pass in the basketball, he just passed it back because he said, I couldn't see. And he said after the game, he was still having a little vision problem out of his left eye.
Right.
He said he mostly played the fourth quarter with just his right eye. Well, that
I can open that chest with just key, I
So
found.
my point is, I think a lot of punishment.
Tax from fallen soldiers.
In this league. You know,
We should get these back to
He's
Duca.
gonna have to work out.
He's gonna have to
AI said the way he said they asked him why he didn't lift weight. He said them boys them damn weight heavy. And so John Skip, I'm not saying he needs to reach 300 pounds, but he's gonna have to get into to be able to sustain the type of punishment because he's a small man. He spends a lot of his time on the floor and he spends a lot of time crashing into bigger guys than he is. So he's gonna have to get to the weight room to strengthen his body. I'm not saying he needs to be Hercules, but he's to withstand 80-plus games.
It's almost like an NFL running back getting a punishment, so your shelf life is going to be a little shorter because you're just getting battered.
Yes, and he's small. Skip, he ain't got no Kobe Bryant. He ain't got no Jordan body.
I like his sinew. I like the natural strength that he has. But you're right. There's no stature because you look at Chris Paul or Kyle Lowry. They're just like bulldogs.
Yes.
They're thick.
Yes.
Right? He's got no thickness, but he's still just a baby by NBA.
But you know, now everybody wear bodysuits. Everybody got the thigh pads, the butt pads, the hip pads. So they spend so much time on the ground. And obviously he wears those, but Skip, I still think as long as he stays in the weight room, he'll be just fine.
Okay. Because I do think he is a clutch closer.
Oh yeah,
that has superstar written all over.
We've seen it a couple times now. We saw it last year against Utah, Skip. He burst out. I think he had a 40-point game or a high 30-point game against Utah.
Yeah. His teammate Xavier Tillman said after the game, I feel like I've just watched him transform into a true closer. That mattered to that team. That game. Well, it's you or die.
Yes, that's the series.
Yeah, you or die, and Ja said do.
Right.
And I told you before, no one else is really coming along with you, and you'd already lost Dylan Brooks, and you'd lost Jaren Jackson, and you didn't have Steven Adams, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, I got this by myself.
If that's Zion Williams, those four threes he hit, the two in the late fourth quarter, they were huge.
And he shoots them like he needs.
Yeah.
When he shoots them, I'm like, okay, I'm good with that.
But I think you and I agree. He's not there yet, but he's on the cusp.
them, right?
Yeah. Bomb control.
I know. They crawl back out, couldn't they?
Yeah.
This one won't be crawling back out. Yeah. I burned him all up. And all his legs off. You ever had a kick on you? I had. Yeah, I had one on me. When I was a kid. I had two on me in the same spot when I was a kid. All up. Right here on my thigh. please. And we took and vacuumed up the floor. Did about, vacuumed it up about 5 times in a row. Vacuumed back here, and all the other places to vacuum, and did it all over again. That was back in May. When we emptied the bag, and poured it out, you could see a bunch of dead fleas all in the dirt. I can't believe they're gonna repeal Roe v. Wade. Well, come on in, every one of them lied. I think they should have to give up their seats. They lied in their interview. Every one of the ones that talked about them said that they thought Roe v. Wade was legitimate law and precedent, and that it should change. Every single one of them. Now there's just one of them they're trying to repeal. Jesus Christ, man. Man, it's time for Congress to fight dirt. We've got the majority. It's time to repeal the filibuster. Start passing laws. No. Yeah.
just want regular Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Be careful.
All right.
Had my window open with the fan in it for a little while. It got cold.
Yeah, it's not.
I think it's colder out there now than it was.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was just the fan blowing the air making it cooler.
It's threatened, but it's cool. But the
Yeah,
humidity's got regular threatened.
it's gonna be cool tonight, ain't it?
Yeah, it's probably in the 40s, I think. You going out, people? You going out? Huh? All right. Say bye, Ryan. Okay. Bye, people.
Milwaukee, remember, Milwaukee got bounced out in the bubble by Miami. Right? And turned around last year and they swept them 4 straight. And so what you're talking about is a Milwaukee team that recognizes who they are, particularly against Miami. We gonna big boy them. Because unlike other teams who explode from 3-point range, even though Miami has that capability with a Tyler Hero, deserving of the 6th man of the year, by the way, he got my vote. And then, of course, you've got Duncan Robinson, who inexplicably didn't play the other day. I didn't understand that. You know, if I didn't play much or whatever. I'm just saying to you, when you look at Miami, can they hit threes? Sure. With Struss as well. Can they hit threes? Absolutely. But, like Boston, they would need to do it in order to beat Milwaukee. Because Milwaukee will just big boy you. That's what we've seen. And people don't realize, Drew Holiday, Grayson Allen, Pat Connaughton, those guys are perimeter players that can hit perimeter shots, but people don't realize how big and physical they are as guards. So everywhere you turn on Milwaukee, there's physicality that plays to their advantage. And that is what I would be concerned about.
I would be concerned if I was Milwaukee about Middleton. They might need him.
No, he's expected to be back by then if you get
this series.
If you get to the conference.
They got to win the game. They have to win another game. They might have to win another game in Boston. And not having him, that's, I'll tell you right now, we all know, we're fans. Winning a 7th game anywhere on the road is impossible in the NBA. It doesn't happen very often. Winning Game 7 on the 15th of May, if it goes that far, Sunday afternoon, ABC, with him pre and post, that is going to be a hard,
championship
that will be a tremendous TV
I'm
event.
still stuck on
That'll be a hard game.
I'm still stuck on the fact that he called Miami a nice little team. I gotta go to break.
Okay, well, remember, the important thing that he said was pre and post game.
You don't do
Rose does a great job.
I don't do post game, but I do the pre game.
I like Greeny.
But here's the reality. You know what?
Wilbur?
I'm allergic to scrubs. It don't matter. It ain't validated unless you're Morris. I'm just saying.
10:31, 44, compliment number 3. Who's counting? Still ahead on First Take, the Lakers. What about humility? Are calling on an old friend to help wreck the franchise. But is it good or bad idea seeking advice from Phil Jackson? JJ Redick joining us for that. So the Lakers have had 7 different coaches since Phil Jackson, and now they will look for number 8 after firing Frank Vogel. After the Lakers failed to make the playoffs, our Adrian Wojnarowski recently explained the team's lengthy replacement process, reporting that Phil Jackson is certainly significantly involved in the process. Of course, we know how good the Lakers were with Phil in the saddle as the team's head coach, with 118 playoff wins, 5 NBA titles, including a 3-peat. But Phil's run as the Knicks president was nothing short of a disaster. The team didn't make the playoffs and had the 5th worst record in the NBA during his tenure. Let's go join the party. JJ Redick in the building. Top of the morning to you, sir. I mean, you've been going for a while on Get Up. I'm starting.
You guys were really entertaining in that A block, by the way. Really just enjoyed that first segment.
Well, we appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great.
I need to antagonize you a little bit. I was put on
We'll get to it.
Is this a good idea, Stephen A., that you think the Lakers are involving Phil Jackson in the process as they hire their next head coach?
If they were looking for a new general manager or a new president of basketball operations, I would call the Los Angeles Lakers franchise the biggest idiots on the planet. Because Phil Jackson should never be allowed to be an executive again. As a matter of fact, I'm still so salty about the job he did in New York. I prefer that he be banned from New York. I don't think he should be allowed in the state. That's how bad of a job he did. I just think Frank Ntilikina is who he drafted instead of Donovan Mitchell. Just don't get me started on this. I don't even want to hear about Phil Jackson, the executive. The coach is an entirely different matter. Now, I know he hired Derek Fisher. He first got at the Knicks coach, but he wanted Steve Kerr. And obviously, Dolan got in the way of that. We know how great Steve Kerr is. One of the great coaches of all time. He's just proven that there's nothing to debate. But I want to veer left. Because I have something that I want to say to Dougie. And JJ Redick, I specifically, because Dougie and I were supposed to do this segment, I specifically requested that you be in this segment. Because I have an announcement I'd like to make.
What's that?
It is involving LeBron James. Dougie, JJ Redick, I want to announce to the American public that I think the Los Angeles Lakers should strongly consider trading LeBron James. That is what I believe.
Now, a lot of people going to lose their minds because the brother's 37 in his 19th year, and he just averaged 30 and all of this other stuff. If the team was better, he would have been a league MVP candidate without question. This is not throwing a speck of shade on LeBron James in case he's watching, which he'll try to deny it, but he's watching. Okay? I'm telling you right now, it's no shade at all. It's a testament to his greatness, and it's a compliment to him that I'm saying this is what the Los Angeles Lakers should consider. The Los Angeles Lakers, as presently constructed, are going nowhere. Russell Westbrook clearly lost something. Do I think that he'll make amends and come back to some degree next year? Probably, but we don't know. So, entering the last year of his deal, making $47 million. I know for a fact by numerous executives I've spoken to, you can't get for so much value for Anthony Davis because he's perpetually injured and he's not reliable health-wise. We know how big time he is as a player, JJ. When he's healthy, when he's not, but when he gets injured all the time. Here we go with LeBron James. He's the only person that has extreme value, that you'll never get equitable compensation for his greatness. But it's the only chance you have to be immediately respectable if you're the Los Angeles Lakers. First, we got to take into account what we're looking at in the Western Conference. You got Phoenix, they ain't going to. You got Golden State. You see these brothers, they here, and they going to be here for a while. We got Dallas with Luka leading the way, okay? Nico and Jason Kidd doing an outstanding job. I think they're a piece for being those legit title contenders. Okay, we got that going on. Kawhi and Paul George will be back. Minnesota is on the rise. Memphis is here, okay? We got all of these things. I'm giving you 6 teams in the Western Conference, and let me not forget New Orleans. And if Zion Williamson is healthy, I mean, my God, what New Orleans could potentially do. So we got all of that going on. You the Lakers, where you go? You got nothing. So here's what I'm going to tell you they should do. Are you ready for this? I thought, and don't get too specific, JJ. I don't want you pulling out numbers and contracts. We understand they got to work things, they got to make things work, and we got all of that.
Let's hear it.
I'm just going to throw the teams that I call. If I'm the Lakers, I'm calling Cleveland because they got some young talent. JB Bigstad gonna be. I'm calling Cleveland. I'm calling Cleveland with some of their young talent. Okay? And the brother, it's from Akron. They already won the championship, delivered the championship. I mean, he's LeBron in Cleveland. I'm calling Cleveland. I'm calling Miami because they got some. I mean, you talk about Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero. They got some young talent. And you know, so I'm calling them. I'm calling Utah. Donovan Mitchell, you want out? D Wade, little minority owner up in there in Utah. I'm calling Utah. I'm calling. Listen. Of course.
LeBron James and his family?
Let me finish. He doesn't have a no trade clause. They eradicated that. You know what I'm saying? He might not want it, but guess what? Unless he's gonna retire, you don't make those calls anymore. You got Portland, Dame Lillard. I'm making these calls. I'm saying if I'm the Lakers,
You're to trade him for Damian Lillard.
No. I'm taking all options. All I'm doing is throwing out teams for you because if I'm the Lakers, I know I ain't going nowhere. What I got to do is prevent from falling off the cliff entirely and completely stinking up the joint for years to come. Because the reality is that I can't move Russ. In all likelihood, I'm gonna try, but I don't think I can pull it off. Anthony Davis, I can't get equitable compensation because everybody is telling me he's too injured, so we're not going to give up a piece for a dude that's missed half the season 2 years in a row. So if I got that, all I got is LeBron. So LeBron's greatness, his box office appeal, if you got a team that says, I'm willing to sacrifice my youth, I'm willing to sacrifice picks to make a 2-year run in the title.
Hold that thought, because that's a big take, and I want to have time that the gentleman can actually respond. You want JJ first crack? So we got Cavs, Portland, Utah, Miami.
I'm just throwing out this Portland, Utah, Miami, Cleveland.
Let's assume for a second that
Memphis. Some other talent, not Cal, of course.
All right, let's assume for a second that the Lakers decide that this is a good path, good strategy going forward, right? We're gonna trade our superstar LeBron James. First thing to that would go against decades of behavior upon the Lakers' part. They are a superstar-driven franchise.
I agree.
Secondly, to trade LeBron somewhere like Utah or Portland would go against that behavior as well. Because there's no way they would ever trade LeBron unless they got sign-off from him. There's no way they would ever trade LeBron because it goes against how they operate. This is the same family. It's the same family that Dr. Buss.
Before you go on, I did not say the Lakers are considering. I said if I were the Lakers, I would be making these calls.
Okay.
If you and JJ, based on what I broke down about the team and what they got and what they don't have, what do you do?
What gets me to my
okay.
Which is basically, if you're a team looking to trade for LeBron James and you're going to give up all your young players, like Miami, you mentioned Bam Adebayo.
Not all of them.
You think that getting LeBron James and giving up Bam makes Miami closer to winning a championship?
They might.
No. Cleveland, Jared Allen, Darius Garland, those guys, like, that's what they're building for the future. Everything you're talking about is teams essentially operating the way the Lakers have operated for decades. Teams don't want to operate that way anymore, and that's the problem with the Lakers. They have refused to modernize how they operate, and we've seen it. The last 10 years, they've been in the playoffs 3 times. Only once did they get out of the first round, and that was in the bubble, 2020. The idea is bring in Phil Jackson to help with the coaching search, given his record as an executive in New York, and with the hires he made, again, it's a pattern of behavior. We talked about that, the pattern of behavior. It fits in their pattern of behavior. Other teams are not going to fall susceptible to that. Right. So no, I think this is a crazy take. This is a crazy take.
But JJ, you don't like the roster, though. We've talked about that. You
really
felt.
I agree with him 100%. This team is going nowhere.
Yeah.
And trading LeBron, you're not going to get anything back where you're going to say,
Mad Dog,
we're going somewhere.
I agree with everything JJ said. First off, LeBron's not going to. You can say he's got no trade. He doesn't want to go. They're not going to trade him. So it's Harden. He bailed out. Irving bailed out. The no trade thing means nothing. He's LeBron James. He doesn't want to go to Miami or Cleveland. And I agree. I don't think those 2 franchises want him. They've already won with him. Why would they want to go back there? They're building pretty good teams. So he's not going to those 2 spots. The other thing is you are tied in with Davis and Westbrook. This is your team. So you're going to trade LeBron, you're never going to get anything equal value. You're going to get nothing back of note. And then you're going to have Davis and Westbrook sit there, and they're not going to be able to win by themselves anyway. So it's a disaster. No matter how you handle it, it is a disaster. Because until you get Davis and Westbrook out, you're not going to be a good team. So you might as well have LeBron in the ball club. And by the way, about Phil Jackson, listen, I didn't like Derek Fisher either. He wanted Kerr. Kerr knew the better team was in Golden State, so went to Golden State. He was roster was there. Hey, you're telling me that Phil Jackson can't help them pick a head coach? He loved Lou. He coached for him. I have no problem with Phil Jackson. As long as he's not picking the players.
Right.
I have no problem with Phil Jackson.
I would say this to you. Again, I'm not saying this is not breaking news about what the Lakers are thinking because I don't know.
No.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, if it's me, because of how my situation is, the one asset I have is a superstar at the age of 37 who may play 2 or 3 more years tops, who, by the way, has something to do with those players being there. I might use him to help get rid of them. Not to mention the fact that he's got 1 year left on his deal. If they offer him an extension and he says no, that means after next year he can walk away without them getting any compensation. And then what do you have? If you're the Los Angeles Lakers, if you're Jeannie Buss and Linda Rambis and Kurt Rambis and Rob, especially Rob Pelinka, since he's the guy that's going to be making these decisions, I'm saying you got to think about all of that. And if it means moving LeBron, do it.
Hold that thought. We have a hard out. JJ's coming back. We'll have more on this in the second hour. Also, the Warriors, I feel like people are looking at each other side-eyed of what's happening in the peripheral. The Warriors are in a dogfight with the Grizzlies, so how do we like their chances to advance to the conference finals, and what could slow down Golden State's quest?
But it felt really good to flip them off. You're going to boo someone that get elbowed in the eye and blood running down your face? I could have had a concussion or anything. So if they're gonna be that nasty, I can be nasty too. And I'm assuming the cheers was because they know I'll get fined. Great, I make $25 million a year. I should be just fine.
Ooh. earned 25 mil. All right, I'm looking at you here, Matt.
Oh, he's so hard to root for. Oh,
Okay,
God,
so I guess you have an issue.
Just shut up and play, will you please? America's tired of Draymond Green. I mean, I deal with them constantly. The fans, San Francisco fans, different story. Oh, they're so tired of this. Be quiet and play. And we all know he's got a great skill set for that team, but who in the world is sitting there? He's so polarizing, I can't root for him. I understand how good he is. I can't root for him. Now listen, they booed him. The fans boo and they're fickle. Fans boo all the time. Guys get hurt, not hurt. They boo. They don't really mean anything by it. They boo. That's what they do. They boo. I don't think anybody thought he was, he's much carried off.
Want to get stretches?
I mean, geez, the Kansas City fan, when Castle was taken off the field in a stretcher, they booed him. They boo all that the fans do. They spend $1,000 to go to these games, and they boo. I mean, you let it go one ear and not the other.
They were cheering.
Well, you're the same principle. You know what I'm saying? The same principle. I mean, they booed Castle walking off the field when he had stretcher for the cheap quarterback, if you remember correctly, about 7 or 8 years ago. This is what fans do. And then they tell us how much money you make. Oh, nobody wants to hear it. Pipe down. Nobody wants to hear how you make $25 million. What do they do? You make $25 million a year. You make $25 million.
I do not. You do.
You made that kind of money in your career. Enough already. Not enough.
Well, first of all, a couple of things. Number one, he don't make more money than you. So let's
Yes, he does.
throw that out the way right
Yes, he
now.
does.
He ain't mad dog Russo.
He makes a lot more than I do.
So don't hate on the paper. Don't hate on the paper. Number two, who's your favorite baseball team?
San Francisco Giants.
And when you a San Francisco Giants fan with Barry Bonds,
I was.
What did they do? So let me get this straight. So
when he's on my team, I can put
I think so. I get it. So because he's on your team, it don't matter what he does. But because you ain't necessarily a Golden State Warriors fan,
there is something to that.
I'm just saying this guy. I mean, please stop it. The fact of the matter is, Draymond Green is being unfairly crucified by the light. Okay?
I'm not having an opinion.
No, you're not having an opinion. I just respectfully disagree with it, and I think it's excessive. Because the fact of the matter is that it ain't his job to get along with the Memphis Grizzlies fans. They're the enemies. He's trying to take them out. Okay? And he did have a good point. Now, you can sit up there and say he didn't need to give them the bird. And all right, I got that. That was may have been a bit excessive. But listen to the point he made. I'm on the ground. I got blood streaming down my face. And y'all cheering about that? You don't know what kind of condition I would have been in. So that was highly offensive to him. And so he offended them back. He didn't offend the fan base that supports him all the time, that's rooting for him in San Francisco and the Bay Area. He offended the enemy. I don't have a problem with it at all. At all.
Let's hear from the former player who's been in situations like this.
I want to take a little umbrage with the shut up and play, because that has the same sort of connotations that the shut up and dribble crowd has towards athletes, and I have a real problem with that. Specifically with Draymond, the idea that America is tired of him. You do realize the guy has a very, very popular podcast that he hosts where he talks himself for a majority of the episode, and people listen to that. He signed a talent deal with Turner because Draymond has to say. It's true. The reason they want to hear what Draymond has to say is because just like in this press conference, he is real, authentic, and unfiltered. And as a player, he is real, authentic, and unfiltered. The edge that he carries himself with, he's talked about this since game one. Klay Thompson has talked about this since game one. It's what makes him great. It's what makes him a future Hall of Famer. It's the reason he is who he is. It's just like saying, hey, John Morant, stop dancing when your teammate's making a three. The reason John Morant is great is because he plays with joy and fun and a carefree attitude and a fearlessness. You can't take away what makes a player great. So there's no shut up and play.
God, he is so polarizing. I can get for all the fans that you think listen to the podcast and watch them. I can give you 50 million fans who would say the same thing. Enough already. So he is a polarizing athlete. Sure, there are certain younger fans especially that like to hear him play. I'll give you a large segment of older fans who have followed the NBA for 60 years, this is not a political scenario or a race situation, who have followed Wilt and grew up as a Knicks fan, who love Clyde and love
read
Yeah, but
and love the
I
pearl.
disagree with you on that. I'm not saying it's a racist situation. I'm saying that the fans you're talking about, they talk about athletes that way, like you just talked about an athlete.
I think there's a lot. I think there's a large.
The people on Fox News talk about athletes that way.
Well, I mean, Fox News.
That's my issue. I don't actually care about the fans that watch Bob Cousy play or watch Wilkes play. I don't care. I appreciate that they've been NBA fans that long, but I don't appreciate the undertone.
Hold on. Let's calm down. Because I'm glad you pointed out, JJ, that it's not a race thing. Because with Doggy, it's not. This dude.
No, I know that. I know that.
He's talking. You know, you do have old school fans that lament the fact that you got a lot of folks out there that are just saying, enough already, like he does. Now, people like me and you, we think differently. But there's a whole bunch, let me tell you, I encounter it all the time. There's a whole bunch of Mad Dog Russos running around. I'm here to tell you right now. I mean, it's unbelievable. There's no question about it, right? And so what happens is that I don't agree with this. I support Draymond Green in this particular situation. Don't give the bird to the fans. But in terms of what he said, I appreciate that. And all your points were right on the money. The fact that people want to hear what he has to say. The fact that he's raw, he's authentic, he's intelligent, he's got a lot to say. I love that. And there's a whole bunch of athletes, highly intelligent, bring a lot to the table.
Okay, here we go then.
Hear what they have to say. But you do have old school folks. Like Doggy and others.
Let's jump in crazy, baby. Let's do it. I get rid of their leader and then some of
You have a fan base out there that wants to prioritize your performance before they hear what you have to say. That's something that the athlete has to say. But I think what you say, I think there's a whole bunch of other nice talking about it. I'm not saying that about 99% of professional athletes. Let me be very, very clear. But I do believe that when you start to bring up what you
some plays earlier. You weren't with us. Some plays in the past. Some questionable decisions.
I don't know how you guys don't see it from a fan standpoint. I can go on that video today and I'll get millions of calls. Chris, enough of Draymond Green. And I do that way. And listen, he can say anything he wants. It's a free country. He can do all the podcasts he wants. Go ahead and do it. This is a free country. I have no issues with that whatsoever. And listen, from a fan standpoint, I mean, the shut up and Jimbo, you have an opinion. You can say anything you want. But I also have an opinion. And I don't want to hear Draymond Green at 1 o'clock in the morning after he flips the bird to the fans, after, he walked off the court. He wasn't walking off on a stretcher. He walked off the court, flipping birds to everybody, and saying, well, I make $25 million a year, I don't care what they say. Calm down. Calm down. People don't want to hear that.
Kyrie Irving just got fined. We'll assume Draymond gets fined another $50K on this as well, in addition to the game one fine, the flagrant 2. I've been consistent. I think you've been consistent too. We had no issue with the Kyrie Irving thing.
No.
You said you had an issue with this. I
don't have.
I didn't even see.
Oh,
I didn't even see the audio on this until just now. So for him to say what he said about the concussion, like he has a valid point.
No, I loved his explanation. I'm just saying it was just a preface. Like, you know what, you could have said what you had to say without doing it, but I'm not condemning him. Yeah. I understand exactly where he was coming from. I would not have done it. You know what I'm saying? But I would have gave that I would have went off on the fans in the press conference and talked about how they came at me. You see blood coming down my face. I could have had a concussion. What kind of damn fan base are you? I would have said something like that without flipping the bird. But that's just a mere technicality. At the end of the day, I agree with Draymond in terms of his animus towards those fans for how they reacted towards him. And I disagree with Doggy when Doggy talks about, enough already, I don't want to hear it. But there's a whole bunch of people out there that think about Doggy and think like Doggy does. And guess what? They ain't all in their 60s. They ain't even in their 50s. You got 20 and 30-year-olds that'll say about a particular player or a team they don't like, but not have that.
Yeah, by the way, I understand how Draymond can annoy people. Yeah. I understand how Draymond can annoy people. In the same way, I understand how Dylan Brooks can annoy people. Yeah. Like, But again, we're talking about an edge. Like Draymond carries that edge with him in his life. That's who he is.
Yes.
The idea of shut up and where he comes from. Yeah. He's a kid from Saginaw, Michigan. So just the notion. I'm going to take umbrage. The notion of shut up and play for any athlete, but specifically for Draymond, that's who he is. You take that. You take that with his greatness.
Now, you also can make this comment. This is in the heat of the moment. I don't think the Memphis fan really made anything bad by it, and they're spending a fortune to go to those games. And without those fans, you don't have a league.
And for him,
they
he's
are
about to
spending
get stitches.
a fortune, an absolute fortune, thousands of dollars to go to those ball games. Now, they ain't throwing anything at the court. You can't poo-poo that.
And that game was entertaining. And that game was entertaining. So they got their money's worth. They got their money's worth.
But if they want to clap when Bleed's walking off the court because he's hurt, they have a right to clap.
Let's get in a break.
And do that. He didn't throw anything on the court. They have a right to do that.
Let's get in a break. Healthy discussion. I think we represented all sides. That's why I love this show called First Take.
Y'all are not bad. Y'all are not bad.
Sixers. You guys are hilarious. Hooking James Harden steps up in the big man's absence, or is he no longer capable? You don't want to miss that. Wednesdays are really becoming fireworks with these three. He's all right. We don't need to have Adrian Wojnarowski with team hopeful. He'll be suiting up in Game 3. The 76ers will look to their big mid-season trade acquisition to help lead then. James Harden, however, did not look spectacular in Game 1, only scoring 16 points and adding 5 turnovers. His playoff production has dropped off since leaving the Rockets, with his points per game falling 10 points from when he was with Houston. This is largely due to his playoff usage being way down, as he has not put up as many shots with the Nets and the Sixers. And you came back for more. Cavs coach J.B. Bickerstaff here with us. Great job. Looking very dapper.
Oh, appreciate that.
Yeah.
Number one, she's never told me that, but that's okay. Number
That's
two,
a lie.
Number two, he came back because his boy wasn't here yesterday. What's up, Coach?
We didn't miss you.
I'm just saying. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, he's there now.
Right.
No, he better come back. So it's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How's Pops, man?
He's doing well. I'll tell him you asked about him.
Right,
Yeah, he's watching right now, I guarantee.
That's my man.
Yeah,
right there. Love Bernie. Love Bernie.
Yeah.
Good coach.
Damn good coach.
Won a championship.
Damn good coach. Absolutely.
And JB doing a heck of a job,
Yes,
too, with
you
that
have.
young Cavs team as well.
Appreciate it.
Stephen A. was referencing them earlier, but I won't bring you into that conversation.
I heard.
Now, let's talk about Harden, though, because you were with him in Houston. Is the high-scoring Harden we once knew gone?
I think he's playing the position that his team needs, and that's what New Jersey, or Brooklyn, needed from him. When he was working with Joel early in the season, they needed him to be a facilitator. So I don't think that it's gone. You know, I've heard people have the conversation about, he may have lost a step. He is, older. He does have a lot of miles on him, but he's an extremely intelligent basketball player, and he's an extremely skilled basketball player. So he has the ability to use his intelligence and his skill to still create the shots that he needs, and I think we'll see more of that from him, because that's what Philly's going to need.
It's fascinating. He played great in Game 6 against Toronto. Played very well. He looked like, he made the great point not too long ago, a couple weeks ago, that Harden doesn't look like Harden. And I hadn't seen enough, and he was 1,000% right, because he hasn't played like the Harden that we have seen. And people are going to bring up the fact that he's a little out of shape, the fact that he's been bouncing around team to team. He's a little heavy. The foul situation doesn't get that lean-in call like he did all those, so the free throw attempts are not as great as they used to be. So there is a little doubt right now if he is the player he was 2 or 3 years ago who can pick up the slack with Embiid hurt.
Well, I think, obviously, we know there has to be adjustments made over time in guys' career, right? All the great players, as they started to get older, had to change their games a little bit. Michael Jordan added the fadeaway to his shot because he wasn't as athletic and getting to the basket as often. So all those guys take time to have to make those adjustments. And this gets thrust in some real difficult situations, right now with a team that wasn't necessarily built for him, but now he's got to be the guy and carry that team, and that's always difficult, too.
Here we go. A couple of problems. Number one, what the hell you doing being so good at this, man? I mean, you trying to take people's jobs. That's what he's trying to do. He's pretty damn good analysis right there. I mean, we gonna see him on TV more. That's number one. Number two, can we just be real? James Harden is no. Can we just do that?
Yeah, let me show you. I still disagree. Finish that, yeah.
Here's what I mean. If James Harden was not in the line that you can't play, go down and go play. We you understand that James Harden can get to 20, right? He can get 8 easy. He can do something like that. This is the guy that's a 3 or 4 times in the score. You don't realize that James Harden has not attempted 20 shots a game since he's arrived at Brooklyn. Not even once. He has never attempted 20 shots a game. He hasn't scored 25 points in the last 13 games. That ain't James Harden, y'all. Let's call this what it is. He, and you know this better than me, Coach.
There she is!
Exceptional basketball mind.
Get over there! One cut at a time.
What people know the position that you have to have. You know the legs that you have to have. You know the kind of shape that you have to be in to be able to go out there night in and
Get them
night out
covered!
and attempt these shots. It's very flagrant, the numbers that I just gave y'all. Because that ain't James Harden. Here's what I would tell James Harden, because I respect him so much. And I know last week I made noises, I was talking wrong. I wasn't literally talking about a guy playing bad on purpose. What I'm saying is, you've been playing so mean, so uncharacteristic. I'm like, damn, you can think anything. That's all I was trying to say. But in all seriousness, and I was playing around, but in all seriousness, I'm looking at James Harden. He can't gain the separation that he once had. As a result, this is where he has to be held accountable. Coach, you know this very well. He wants out of Houston. Fertitta initially says no. What do? You come in out of shape. And then to force your way out of Houston. Once you did that and you got to Brooklyn, you had to work to get back in shape. Once that happened is when you got the handshake.
So you came back.
And you never did the same. When you don't take care of your body on an elite level, I'm not talking about getting ready, I'm talking about staying ready. I'm talking about the LeBrons of the world and various others, the MJs and others, where it didn't matter where you caught them. They were always in shape. I'll bring up a boxing thing for a second with Floyd Money Mayweather. I see him walk into a Roscoe's. He got an army full of dudes. I mean, you know anything about Roscoe's in L.A. I mean, this is the chicken and the sweet potato, everything. You go to Roscoe's. Everybody around them, they order enough food to close down the place. Floyd Mayweather was drinking water. And it ain't because that's not what he does. He stayed ready. LeBron stays ready. True stars, the great stars that you point to, Coach, stay ready. James Harden was usually ready. What happened is he threw himself for a loop to get out of Houston. And the way he compromised himself conditionally, in my opinion, came back to haunt him, and now he's never gotten that back. To that you say what?
Well, my job is to talk basketball, okay?
I'm talking basketball.
Yeah, but I'm going to leave the conditioning piece out of it.
Okay.
But here's what I believe is happening.
Okay, no problem.
Right? He takes the time, and he has the ability to work himself into shape, and he knows what that takes.
I agree.
So for me, what I bring up is a couple of historical references for you.
Okay.
Right? When you're looking at teams being built, okay, and I'll go back, I was a radio analyst for the Timberwolves back in 2001, right, when they brought Sam Cassell, Latrell Sprewell, and Kevin Garnett together. 2 of those 3 guys struggled early on, and the team was 10-11, and everybody was up in arms. Okay. You go to Miami when they brought together LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. They were struggling early, and guys were trying to figure out where they fit. To me, that's what's happening with James. He left Houston, where a team was built solely for him and his skill set. He goes to Brooklyn, and now he's got to figure out how to play with Kevin Durant and with Kyrie Irving and where he sees his purpose and how he can be the best that he can be. They had so many injuries where they were always in and out, and they were never able to find any continuity. He gets traded again to play with another superstar in Joel Embiid, whose team it is, right? The Philadelphia 76ers are Joel Embiid's team.
No question.
So now he's trying to figure out, how do I fit and make this guy better and still live up to all the things that I know I'm capable of.
But Coach,
so that's where the struggle comes in.
Coach, you got an eye for this stuff, man. That's why you a head coach in the NBA. You know what you're doing, and you know what I'm saying when I say he can't get the separation he once could. He can't blow by people the way he once could. Stuff is more contested than it was in the past. He can't even draw fouls the way that he used to. I'm not saying he can't draw fouls, but not the way that he used to. It's not the same. And it started with the hamstring injury. And the hamstring injury came as a result of you trying to work yourself back in the game once you let yourself get out of shape.
But that's the maturation of every player as they age and get older.
Okay.
Right? Is now I have to outthink you. But you still have to find that spot where you recognize that this is what I'm capable of. And now I got to figure out how I can beat you. James is still crafty enough to create the separation when he needs to. It may not be the same way as it's been in the past, but he still has the ability. He's got ball skills, right? He's got shiftiness. He's got size and strength that can still create that separation.
We didn't say he couldn't do it, Coach. What we said is, compared to the level we witnessed just 2 years ago, it's not the same. Would you at least concede that?
He's 32, 33 now.
32.
Right? So I mean, that's going to happen. And I think all the great ones have slowed at some point in time. You look at what his usage rate was, right, over his career. He's had the ball in his hands a ton. He's played a lot of basketball, a lot of miles on his body. But what I keep saying is, it's not done yet for James Harden. And that's what I want to make sure that everybody knows is he's too intelligent, he's too skilled. He will figure out a way if given time.
And when I say I'm not saying he's done. I would never insult James Harden like that. Like I said, he can give you 20 and 8 a night. I'm talking about the James Harden we once saw. That mileage and the fact that he let himself get out of shape and got the hamstring injury. I think that compromised him and took time away, and that is a result of us not seeing what we expected to see.
I think you're both right. Now, the question I would have, if they lose to Miami, and I think I don't expect you to make a prediction. Him and I think Miami will win.
Philadelphia's winning. Philadelphia's losing this
Yeah, we both think, what are they franchise? That fan base is demanding. What are they going to do with two things? They're going to keep Doc around to coach another year? I don't know what they may do.
They should.
No, I think they should too, but they may not. If they lost to Toronto, he was gone with a 3-0 lead. I think we all agree with that. They were the first team ever to lose 4 straight. Yeah. And the second thing is, are they going to come back next year thinking Harden wasn't here very much, and Embiid then got hurt in the postseason? We got to give them 75 games, 80 games, and let them go out there and see if they can win a championship. I guess that's what they're probably doing, right?
Go ahead.
Obviously I'm biased, right? And I hate the fact that the coach is always the first problem. He's always the guy that goes. Yeah. Doc has a long history of being great. And I think there's a lot of, unnecessary conversation about the jobs that he's done over the past. He's a Hall of Fame coach.
Yes, he is.
First ballot, no question about it, right? He's done a lot of great things. He's influenced a lot of young coaches like myself over his time, taken us under his wing and been a mentor to a lot of us. So, I think it is unfair, some of the criticism that he's received, because he's done a great job. Organizations can't panic. I was with Daryl Morey for a long time in Houston, one of the greatest basketball minds, and the ability to put teams together and have a plan that I've been around. And Daryl has a plan. I can guarantee you that. But with those plans, you got to give them an opportunity to show themselves instead of just blowing it up and panicking.
Okay, so he brings the team back.
Well, let me say this. I'm going to make a statement. You're a coach in the NBA. So I'm telling you, I don't want your response with what I'm about to say. You're a coach. I don't want to get fired. I don't want. This is not for you to comment on. Doc Rivers is being unfairly treated. There is no doubt about that. You got people that have been talking about Mike D'Antoni being the next one. And I'm going to make Mike D'Antoni, if he's watching, I think Mike D'Antoni...
Well, that's because he represents Harden and he gets the most
I
of the
think
Harden.
Mike D'Antoni deserves to be a head coach in the NBA. Just not there. But where it gets interesting is what Coach JB just said. Daryl Morey is a brilliant executive. He has a plan. He came after Doc Rivers was hired. Correct. Hired Doc Rivers. And so as a result, these rumors that are out there are not an accident. I worked in Philadelphia for 17 years. I've been covering the NBA for a quarter century. I'm here to tell you, it ain't an accident. If it's out there, It's because somebody's muttering that stuff. And the media's reporting it, not making it
We
up.
have to get into break. Excellent analysis. And you're a class act, Becky.
Whew. Mm-hmm.
You're watching Unrelented Gaming. This is...
TNA, 2006-2009. I was blaming, for quite some time, I blamed Jeff Jarrett for Vince.
Hey, get down now. Get down.
Still alive.
Thank you. You want me to give you some money for it?
No.
You sure?
Yeah. Hold on, if I want money from you, you old bitch ass dog. There's first. We bought cattle raisers.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I forgot all about that, Mom. I forgot all about that, Mom.
Y'all eat all my mustard. Make me mayonnaise. Makes me angry.
I don't eat mustard. I don't eat that mustard. Oh, you were. You big fan.
Want that piece of candy, yours.
Oh.
We don't buy sweets very often. Mom thought going to buy it.
Well, I'm going to have to start mine back up. I will take no, just give me one of them little bowls.
They're not out.
Things are good.
Yeah, they're good and good.
How much did they charge y'all for those? that breakfast? There's only 4 pieces in supposed to be 4 pieces in an order of potato wedges.
I thought 3 orders.
They got you 12, so and I think it's $1.89 or maybe $2.89 for an order. I want to say $1.89.
Probably.
Yeah. Yep, there is.
Better be, I'm gonna come and steal one.
There he is. You ready to tell folks? We ain't getting none of this. He thinks he is, doesn't he?
Yeah. I'm easy going. He probably will get some of mine.
It's not mine. Looks better than that.
And then I pulled a tick off him earlier. Yeah. Daryl had to hold him. He was trying to run from him. It was on the inside of his hind leg. I kept trying to pet him. I rubbed his belly and I felt it. I kept trying to turn him over and he wouldn't turn over. Finally got him flipped over. He was able to wiggle free and then he tried to run behind Daryl's chair and Daryl was able to grab him real fast before he got back there and then I picked him up. Daryl held him and then I pulled it off of him. I flipped my fingernail so I didn't have nails to grab it, so I used the tweezers. Pulled it off, and then I'm like you, I didn't just throw it away, I came in here and burned it. Then I threw it away.
Whatever.
You throw them away while they're alive, what makes you think they're not just going to crawl out?
I say so.
You go somewhere and then just wait. Grab a hold of somebody again. Oh. I got it. Yeah. Oh, you didn't? Oh.
Sorry, kid, for that. I'm sorry. That's good.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle was attacked. They're going to blame it on Will Smith. Smack you pretty rough. Now people are attacking me. It's all Will Smith's fault. I'm just sticking up to him. Every one of them damn justices said that they would uphold Roe v. Wade if they were appointed to the Supreme Court. In their Mac. Make America great again. Yeah. Starter gun. That was in great shape though. They did check paperwork for. Yeah. over, I told you no. I am not. That's fine. No. What comes on tonight? Nothing. Oh crap! I got up. Well. The internet reset this morning. I forgot to reset it on the thing. I haven't watched anything but YouTube. It says you watch last and it's funny. Mom, I quit asking you. No. Ain't no for it. Same thing with shares. Shares have been the same for the last 40 years, ever since. If I can turn back time. Huh? Oh, those tropical shine. Yeah. And your toenail. Toenails are over. Now what you put on a pair of my new socks. They were so rough on the top and stuff that they could catch. Yeah, look, it's got his voice. Oh, boy. Oh, it's got his voice. There would be nothing. John Michael Montgomery, is that right? If you don't listen to Thurston, then where did I hear it from? I think it was. You got a washer in there? We're going to do the low wash. And where's that guy going to go? Right. Put it on Facebook Market for you guys. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, where that stuff dried and hardens, you're going to need to get it damp and wet again. Spray some water on it, or put wet rag or something on it. Let it sit there. I ain't let it sit there though. Make it wet with a little hand towel. Let it hang over onto it, where it hangs onto it. Wet, then it'll soften up and wash it up. You got some CLR, did you want? That should work too. Try that dryer metal, or try that flash screw. Try that washer metal. Even if it's not, I think CLR works on plastic. Yeah. Yeah. on, Cooper. I'll give a treat to Tinka. Tinka, come get your treat. Tinka. Give a treat to Tinka. Ha ha. I was successful. No. Boozy is travel.